Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. This week, I am pretty much exclusively going to be reading Chain Gang All Stars. For those of you who might not know, Kat from Kat's Novel Adventures and myself are doing our Bookworm Club meeting next Thursday at 8 p.m. and it's going to be on Kat's channel. And this is our book club pick for this month. And I'm very excited actually to talk about this. I'm a third of the way into the book already, and it's very interesting. It's my kind of book so far. I know we had some people in the chat last week that were saying that they didn't really enjoy or weren't really enjoying the story all that much yet. I have liked this pretty much since the beginning. So really looking forward to talking about it. Of course, I don't know how I'll feel about it by the end, because I don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, looking forward to reading this tonight. My goal is to get through at least a minimum of 50 pages. I also do want to let you all know, and I'll reiterate this at the end of sprints, but unfortunately, I will not be able to make sprints next week, which is why I started my intro of like most every Friday. I won't be able to make sprints next week because Kate and I actually have a date, and it's something that is like very time specific. So it happened to be on a Friday, and there wasn't anything we can do about it. So I will be not seeing you all next week, but the week after for sprints. But the good news is if you're participating in the book club, you will get to see me on Thursday for, our book club talk on Kat's channel. So I hope that will at least like kind of partially, maybe a little bit make up for it. And as always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, put a fan on you. We are officially getting a heat wave. We're getting like a full week of like over 90-degree weather. So it's going to be pretty intense where I'm at soon. And it all begins tomorrow, actually, as our first like over 90-degree day. So I am drinking water, not anything fancy, not anything interesting. I did have a Coca-Cola earlier. I've already eaten my dinner. If anybody is taking bets on what it is that I had, I got myself Qdoba because it's been a very long week and I just knew that I needed to eat something before sprints. Keaton, I'm sure, would have brought me something home if I would have asked him to, but I was like, I'm just getting Qdoba. And then the guy asked me if I wanted to upgrade my meal, and normally I don't do that, but I was like, yes, it's been a long week and I want a Coke. So there we go. You'll also notice that my sprints look a little bit different than they have in the past. I've got the StreamYard logo that's up there. That is because StreamYard made the really, really terrible, crappy, no good decision to make it to where the plan that I was paying for was originally $24 a month, which is, in my opinion, very reasonable, and they raised it to $45 a month. And so my payment that I had made to go through before like the horrible jump, I actually paid 1 month of the spike, and I was like, that is entirely too much. So I went back to just basic for now. Still kind of looking at options and seeing where we're at. But I might not continue to use StreamYard just because it's going to limit the number of hours that I can stream. And on the months when I do my book club picks or our book club stream, that's going to be a problem. So I'm kind of like evaluating my options at the moment. And also, if you hear chewing in the background, that is Barker. I gave him one of his birthday bones. His birthday was yesterday and he turned 6. So everybody wish Barker a very happy birthday. We were calling it his Bub Day since his nickname is Bubby. And I'm going to go ahead and go on over to the chat and see how everybody's doing. And the first to enter the chat was Heidi. And hi, Heidi. Heidi says, Alex's sprints are the best way to end a long week. Oh, thank you so much, Heidi. And yeah, it has been an extremely long week. I feel like this has been like one of the longest weeks ever. And yet somehow it also went by incredibly fast. I don't really know how that works. But I am very tired and I'm not going to be getting much rest this weekend, unfortunately. And next week is going to be at least equally probably as chaotic as this week was. So, very much looking forward to the month of June being over when I have like this major project I'm working on right now, and it will be over by the last day of June. So, can't wait for that. And Heidi says, I started a fantastic vampire book this week from my favorite author, Christopher Buehlman, called Suicide Motor Club. It takes place in 1968. Well, what a fun name for a book as well. And I'm not sure if I'm familiar. Oh, yeah, Christopher Buehlman. I was like, wait a second. I think I do know that name. He's the one who wrote The Black Tongue Thief. Right. So I wouldn't have remembered that because I haven't read it yet, but I did remember the name because I talked about it in my Powell video. Very nice. I'm glad that you found something else from him, Heidi. Robert says, Happy Solstitium. Yes, happy solstice. Happy first day of summer, everybody. And man, are we bringing it in hot and heavy at the very beginning. And Heidi said, Robert, hello. Best weather ever today in our area. Did you get the storm last night? Nothing here on the New York border. And Robert says, Heidi, some rain in northern New Jersey. Not much. Heidi said, what town are you in? My backyard is Montvale, New Jersey. And Robert says, Wayne. Heidi says, I just finished Earth Abides, and the main character talks about the winter solstice a lot. Our new year should have been the next day, I guess, 12/22. Okay. Robert says, I'm reading The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle by Haruki Murakami. Very nice. I've only read one Haruki Murakami, Hard-Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World, and that is super freaking weird. But I hope that you're liking The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. And Heidi says, my mobility specialist for my handicap van is in Fairfield, exit 52 off Route 80. And Robert says, grab a drink, grab a snack. And Nicole says, hello, Friday reading friends. And hello to you too, Nicole. Good to see you. And she says, I'm finishing Omnibus 5 of Kurosagi Corpse Delivery Service. Nice. That sounds like fun, Corpse Delivery Service. Not in practice, but, for a manga. Heidi says, what will Alex be eating tonight? Mickey D's. I thought about it, Heidi. I won't lie. I really did think about it. Robert believed I was going to get Domino's. Heidi said, Nicole, is that manga? And Robert says, hashtag Keaton. Yeah, he's been on his way home for ages. I don't know if he got stuck in traffic or if he made a pit stop, but I'll have to check in with him soon to make sure he's okay. Nicole says, yes, it's manga. Angel says, hello, everybody. I say Panda Express. If it were Keaton making the decision, it very well might have been Panda Express. Panda is like one of his addictions. He loves it. Though, admittedly, I do kind of enable him. So that's also on me. And Angel says, when I get home, going to read Long Live Evil. Oh, fun. What a fun title. Heidi says, okay, between the three of us, we got 3 fast food joints covered. But I came out of left field with Qdoba. You'd never see it coming. Keaton said, break a leg listening while on the road. Thank you, honey. Okay, I'm glad to know that he sent that, so I know he's still on the road. Robert's giving love to Keaton. Denise says, hello, everybody. Hi, Denise. I'm reading God of the Woods. I'm on page 329, really liking it so far. I feel like that's a book that I've heard a lot of people say they really enjoyed. I don't know anything about it, but I'm glad that you're liking it. And Nicole's here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hi, Alex. Hi, chat friends. I'm reading My Year of Rest and Relaxation by Otessa Moshfegh. Read one Otessa Moshfegh, and I did not want to read anything else by her ever again. But I'm hoping that you're enjoying My Year of Rest and Relaxation. That was not what I read. Nicole says, hi, Keaton. Safe drive. Robert says, Nicole. And hi, Robert. Laura's here. Hi, Laura. Laura says, hi, peeps. Reading A Dance with the Fae Prince. Also trying to ignore my doggo's gas. Oh, no. Been there. I'm probably indulging Barker to have some bad gas later because he is just gnawing on this on this bone. Talkana is giving her a typical wave. Hello, Talkana. Good to see you. Robert says, a date. What nerve. I know. I'm excited to be able to just kind of go out and do something a little different, though. It'll be fun. Telcana says, hoping to finish Chain Gang tonight. Very nice. Way ahead of me. Hoping you're enjoying it. Heidi says, wait, your bookworm club is next Friday in place of Friday Night Lights? No, my bookworm club is next Thursday. We always do it on the last Thursday of the month at 8 p.m. I was just saying that you all will still be able to see me next week if you go to the book club on Kat's channel, but I won't be here for my regular Friday sprints. So hopefully I'll see you all next Thursday. And Kathy's here. Hi, Kathy. And Kathy says, hey, sorry I'm late. I'm reading The Traveling Vampire Show. A lot of people reading vampire books right now. Cool. Nicole says, FYI, in the fall, they do a sale that brings it back down to close at original price. Oh, good to know. Okay, might be able to hang on until then. And Alex says, I'm glad you're enjoying your book. Thank you. Good to see you, Alex. I hope you're having a good week. And Caitlin's here. Hi, Caitlin. Caitlin says, hello, everyone. I have so many books to catch up on. I'm undecided on what I'm going to read. All right. If you want us to help you make a choice, you can always put some suggestions in the chat and we can vote for them. And Kat says, hey, Alex. Hi, Kat. Alex and friends in the chat. I'm at my scrapbooking event. Nice. I just finished eating 2 beef enchiladas, rice, and refried beans for dinner. Now I'm working on a layout for my son Barry's book. Oh, I love that so much. It sounds like you had a good dinner, too. Nicole says, a Restream has free streaming with unlimited hours. Okay, good to know. Thank you. And Anne says, good afternoon from Delaware. Our heat wave starts on Sunday. Took my daughter to the library today, so hopefully she will be happy with the house next week. Aw, that's really nice of you. And Robert says, happy birthday, Barker. Thank you so much. And also, sorry, Anne, you said happy in the house, not happy with the house. That was a weird thing for me to say. Happy in the house next week. I hope so, too. Laura says, happy birthday to Barker. Thank you. He appreciates it very much as long as the celebration comes with food. He doesn't care otherwise, but if it's food related, he cares very much. Heidi says, Caitlin, give us some titles. We'll pick one for you. Yep. Alex says, happy birthday, Barker. And same from Kat. Same from Kathy. Thank you. Bubby, you don't even know how much love you're getting because he's just so obsessed. He's so obsessed. I would turn the camera, but honestly, he's like behind my footstool right now, and you all wouldn't really be able to see him, but he's having a grand old time. Nan says, reading Autocracy Inc. by Anne Applebaum and learning a lot. Nice. And Alex says, there are 3 different books I want to get through on these sprints, so fingers crossed I can do it. Well, fingers are crossed for you. I believe in you. Let's see. And Tina says, good evening. Good evening to you. Keaton says, stuck. Very stuck. Yeah, you've been on the road for ages, honey. Like, I'm so sorry. You poor thing. I don't know if there's like a back road or another exit you could get off on. It's terrible. Nicole says the jury is still out on this one. And Devon's here. Hi, Devon. Good to see you. And she says, hello from Florida. Woo woo for Florida. And Kat says, sending unstuck vibes, Keaton. And Alex says, wait, next Thursday is the last Thursday of the month. Where did this month go? I know. It is. We're already at the 20th, Alex. It is the last Thursday of the month, next Thursday. And Nicole says, what is it called when people from different backgrounds misunderstand each other's behavior? Can't think of the word. People from different backgrounds misunderstand each other's behavior. I don't know. The word does not immediately come to mind. Maybe somebody else has one. Anne said, I also read one Otessa Moshfegh, not for me. Yeah, she had a really interesting interview that she did one time where she basically admitted that the way she writes makes her sound like a serial killer. And I was like, yeah, there's something really not right about you, and I don't like it. Nicole says, I will likely also be one and done. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that, because some people love her. They want to read like everything she's written. I read a collection of short stories, and I was like, this woman's a creep. I don't like it. And Alicia says, hello, Alex, and hello to you, Alicia. Happy Friday. I'm not sure what I'll be reading or working on today. I've been cleaning off and on today. I'm in the middle of 4 books currently. 4 books? Oh, my goodness. But that's really good that you've been cleaning. So doing productive stuff. Good job. Nicole says, and I wanted to compare it to Oblomov, it was a cage match. Oblomov would be off the couch delivering a drubbing. Okay. So Oblomov won. Robert says Otessa Moshbag is peak. Peak what? Peak creep? What's peak about it, Robert? And Nicole says, happy birthday, Barker. Thank you. And Stina, hi Stina. Stina says, hello, Alex in chat try a chapter with a bunch of library books that are due soon. Nice. I do like that idea. I've thought about doing that before to pick out a book as like just go and read the first chapter of a couple different ones and see which one like caught me the most. That would be like sometime down the line though. Alicia says, I'm in Florida too, Davon. Davon says, so cool, Alicia. We're in Florida. I'm in Jax. And Anne says, the year of rest and relaxation was not my thing. Maybe it was because I saw too much drug addiction. Ah, that is very fair. And Alicia says, Davon, I'm near Tampa. And Alicia says, Nicole, Google says ethnocentrism. Oh, ethnocentric? That might be it. I am familiar with that term, though I don't hear it very often. Davon says, my brain's going fried preparing for the conference this weekend. Next month, I'll be hunting for organic ARC readers. Okay. And that's really exciting that you're going to a conference, though. I hope it ends up being wonderful. Hope the brain frying and like anticipation and preparation end up being worth it. And Nicole says, and true, though Moshfegh would give you lots of to diagnose in her characters. And Alicia says, yeah, 4 books for me. Fried Green Tomatoes at the Whistle Stop Cafe, The Z Word, Fourth Wing, and It's Just Business. Nice. I am not familiar with The Z Word or It's Just Business. Is The Z Word a zombie book? Nicole says, Alicia, no, I was thinking more a synonym for miscommunication. I'm struggling to think of what word you're trying to grasp at, Nicole. I'll have to think about it. And Stina says, I really, really tried with the one Otessa Moshfegh book. I started for a book club, Lapvona. Wow, did not like. What's the one that she came out with that had the lamb on the cover? Was that it? I know that there was one that came out not that long ago. I stopped paying attention to her stuff after everybody kept talking about a year of rest and relaxation. And I was like, I don't want to really pay attention to this anymore. Because that was after I had just gotten done reading the short story collection is when everybody was originally talking about that book. And I know I was teasing Robert, but no shade if you like Otessa Moshfegh. It's just I got such bad feelings reading her. I just got the sense that, like I said, something about her just wasn't right. And Alicia's like, And Anne says, Nicole, I am tired of diagnosing drug addiction. And Caitlin says, Heidi, well, shucks. I only have 3 physically with me right now options. If the Shoe Fits by Julie Murphy, Not Another Love Song by Julie Soto, and My Best Friend's Honeymoon by Meryl Wilsner. Let's see. Okay. I would say if I'm going based off of most interesting title, I would say My Best Friend's Honeymoon is the most interesting title. Davon says, oh, I'm the publicity chair for the AuthorTube writing conference. It's free here on YouTube. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Good for you. Alicia says the Z Word is an LGBT and zombies. Yes, cool. Nicole says, I'm struggling too. I'm sorry. What made you pick that one up, Nicole? Was it because it was a recommendation, or was it because you were just so interested by like people talking about her? I wasn't really sure if somebody came to you specifically, was like, you need to read Otessa Moshfegh. Was it Robert? Robert, did you do this? And the only reason I say that is because he recommended you the bee sting, and I know that you hated that. So be like, no, Robert. And Davon says, I've never stopped in Tamps and Alicia, I hear there's a lot of bookshops though. And Alicia says, It's Just Business is office romance with spicy scenes. Okay. Ho ho. And Estina says, Lapvona, yeah, that had the lamb. I can't believe I even remembered that. Oh, that's weird. I kept trying to find meaning in all the ick. Came up. Oh. Oh no, I think I scared Robert away. I'm sorry, Robert. And Alicia says, yeah, there are a lot. I'm making a list of ones I want to see, Davon. Keaton says, talking cross purposes. And Nicole says, I meant I was struggling with finding the word. Oh, I got you. And Nicole says, oh, poor Robert. It wasn't his fault. No, it never is. You know, like one person likes a book and another person doesn't, and it's nobody's fault. Just is what it is. And Nicole says, Oblomov also features a character who would rather life just pass by while he lies on a couch, but very different and better book. That's interesting because I've never heard of that before. And Magnolia says, hello there. Hi, Magnolia. I'm a bit late. That's okay. Just had a bit of a breakdown. It's kind of okay now again. I'm so sorry. If you want to talk about it, you can. If you don't, I'm just happy that you're here. I hope you can find some comfort in being with friends. And Stina says, I tried listening to PKD's A Scanner Darkly during my commute to the sheriff's office in New Mexico. I decided that I dealt with enough tweaking junkies at work. That is fair. Kat says, I'm reading Chain Gang All Stars, made it to the chapter Hendrix Scorpion Singer Young while continuing to read Lonesome Dove. I'm on chapter 81 of 102. Is that how they read the chapters? 81 of 102, or was it page 81 of 102? It's interesting. Nicole says Robert was innocent. Robert always is. Aren't you, Robert? You're just so innocent. Nicole says Oblomov is a lesser-known classic. Oh, okay. Robert says, my year of rest and relaxation, 4 stars. Eileen, 4 stars. Eileen was the one that they made into that movie. I remember it being advertised. And Nicole duking it out. The cage, I'm sure that's in relation to the, what'd you say, Nicole, earlier? Like a cage match between 2 books. Magnolia says, thanks. I am glad to be here as well. And Nicole says, I'm on the fence, Robert. It depends on how it ends. That's fair. And Swing says, howdy, everybody. Happy World Productivity Day. Happy Vanilla Milkshake Day. And happy Ugliest Dog Day. Oh. I mean, I like all of those things. Productivity's good. I love vanilla milkshakes. And I love all doggies, no matter what. And Anne says, Oblomov was a great novel. You thought he was going to do something, then he would sit back down. Wow. And Magnolia says, I'm reading My Western Connie Cole by Conrad Colby. That Connie Cole by Conrad Colby or Colby. Oh, what a title and author combo. That's wonderful. And I got to give you all your first question. Again, sorry if Barker's chewing is very loud. I think he's almost done with his snack. I can't really tell, but he's really working on trying to gnaw that last piece, and I'm going to have to watch him to make sure he doesn't choke. All right. So I'm going to give you all your question, which is, what do you need to get your best sleep? What do you have, like any sort of like nighttime routine? Do you have like a firmness of mattress that you prefer? You know, do you have like an eye mask or a fan or anything that you need? Like, what is it that you need to get peak sleep? Magnolia says, haha, that made me laugh. I didn't notice that yet. You probably didn't say it out loud, so that makes sense. Jamie says, hello all, and hi, Jamie. Lurkin from work. Well, happy Friday to you. And Zach's here. Hi, Zach. Zach says, what kind of weird are you looking for? I'm good at wordsing. Well, they'll have to ask Nicole. Nicole's looking for a specific word. And Christina says, hi, Alex, currently reading Hunted by Darcy Coates and making beef and Guinness stew. Ooh, I've never made that at home, but I've had it at an Irish pub before, and it's very tasty. Magnolia says, thanks for making me laugh again, Alex. You're welcome. I'm happy to. And Christina's here. Hi, Christina. Christina says, remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you, Christina. Robert says, Keaton, at least the sun will be up for the next 3 hours while he's on the road. It's true. Hopefully, he'll get here sooner rather than later. People sometimes drive like absolute animals on Friday just because everybody's trying to get home. And it's like, why? This is supposed to be like the day when you're the most happy. Like, everybody chill out. It's Friday. And says, Nicole, did you DNF Cloud Atlas? And Faye, hi Faye. Faye's here says, hello. I'm reading So Far Gone by Jess Walter and Witchcraft by Wayward Girls, or gosh, Witchcraft for Wayward Girls by Grady Hendrix. Very nice. And Christina says, it was supposed to rain today. It did not. Not the best day to make this. Oh. And Nicole says, Zach, I'm looking for a word to describe what happens when people misunderstand one another due to cultural differences. And hello, Emily, is that you? Who said, hi, all. Reading and hopefully finishing Five Little Indians. And Magnolia says, it is getting hot here this weekend, 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. That is pretty toasty. Nicole says, and I haven't DNF Cloud Atlas, but I haven't picked it up since Monday. Keaton says, 10 minutes away. Yay. All right, good. He's going to end up showing up while we're in our first sprint, which will work out just fine. Alrighty. Well, you all have your first question. I'm going to dive into Chain Gang All-Stars. I am currently at page 138 at the chapter called Food. So if you've read it, then that might tell you where I'm at. Alrighty. So I got 45 minutes up on the clock. We got our desert here ready for this heat wave. And I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Since Keaton got home, I was chatting with him for a bit, so I didn't get quite as much reading done, but I did get to page 150, and I am at the chapter called Door 4. Let's see, and before we left, I asked you all the question, what do you need to get your best sleep? And let's see, I can't remember which one exactly we landed on last time, so I think I'm going to end up going over another couple. But Stina said it was 95 here a bit ago, supposed to hit 100. Ooh, I mean, as long as it's dry heat, might be okay. 100 and with humidity is the absolute worst. Robert says, Nicole, cultural blunder, a pragmatic failure. And Faye says, Nicole, a faux pas. And Emily says, oh, Alex, I really like Changing All Stars. Hope you are enjoying and looking forward to hearing your thoughts. I am enjoying it. Thank you so much for telling me what you thought of it. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts as well. Faye says, I don't know what I need to get my best sleep. I never sleep well. Are you an insomniac, Faye? Are you somebody that like your sleep schedule's really off kilter and you go to bed at like 3 or 4 a.m.? And Nicole is laughing at pragmatic failure. And Anne says, Nicole, Dusty, Book Sniffers, and Coda are reading Cloud Atlas. Nicole says something like a faux pas due to a cultural blunder. I was just throwing out their culture clash or like a culture war. And Stina said, would it be something that would be a vocabulary word in an anthropology textbook? Peccadillo is what Faye said. And Robert says, rockin' the Caspa. And Alex says, for the question, my best sleeps are usually when I go to bed, feel genuinely tired. It's completely dark and the temps are hot. I sleep so well during summer, even though everyone else is sweating and suffering. Well, given the fact that I think that's the temperatures you're in right now, right, Alex? That's a good thing that's when you get your best sleep. I am somebody that I also sleep best when it's completely dark. I really don't like to have any light in the room. And I also sleep with a sound machine on. I have brown noise that I play, or sometimes train sounds, like a train going down the tracks, are the two main ones that we listen to. But I ended up developing kind of a it's tinnitus, right? It impacts your ears where you get a ringing. And I started sleeping with noise on, and it's always been very helpful. I don't like get a ringing in my ear or anything when that happens. And I don't have to, I don't have to wear like a face mask or like have any sort of like special treatment I put like on my skin before bedtime or do anything with my hair. I don't like put my hair up or anything, obviously, because I don't exactly have all that much. But I have some friends with some pretty intense sleep time routines and everything. So that's why I was curious for other people if anybody like does a lot or before they go to bed or they need like special things. If I had to say my favorite firmness of mattress, I tend to like a softer mattress. I like to be cushy. Ours has like one of those pillow tops on it, and I like that personally. I think that's one of the reasons why I have like an easier time kind of sleeping in like hammocks and stuff like that, is like anything that just cradles my body shape, or I'm not like forcing myself like with a firm mattress when you're like there's nothing to conform. It's just easier when it like cradles my body. So yeah, that's me. And Nicole says, oh, well, thanks everyone. I'll use one of the above or maybe all of the above. Stina says, Brian and I discovered one of the secrets to a happy marriage, separate blankets. I have to have my own blankets, and one of them has to be this gauzy thing I got at IKEA. I love it. Yeah, Keaton and I have come to realize that our body temperatures are not always the same at night. So like for example, I'm a very cold natured person. I get really cold in the winter times, but lately I've been super hot. And I think part of the reason is because of my hair. I mean, I went for years, just not having anything here, it was all shaved. And it's amazing to me how hot I have been getting with even just this amount of hair. Actually, I just got my hair done yesterday, and I had her thin out like the back and everything just to kind of like help me because I have a lot of hair. It's very fine, but I have a ton of it. So, I've been sleeping with less covers, and Keaton is still, like, using a plush blanket. Sometimes it's, like, 74 in the house. And Zach says, "I don't know if there's a word for that, but I call it sociolinguistic miscommunication." And Kathy says, "I suffer from insomnia and haven't figured out a way out of it. It's luck for me, pure and simple." When I was growing up, whenever I would get to summer break, I had insomnia horrible if I didn't have any sort of routine. So, like when I was old enough to stay home by myself and I didn't have to get up to go to daycare or anything, that's when my insomnia was the worst. I mean, I would be awake, no joke, until 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and I would end up falling, or I would fall asleep, and then I wouldn't get up until like 1 or 2 p.m. And it just messed my body up so badly, and I felt like I missed my whole day because I wasn't awake, and so for that, I actually really like having a routine because it prevents me from having bad insomnia. I end up getting really tired now around, like, 10 to 10:30 most of the time. But yeah, if I didn't have to get up and go anywhere, I could easily see my body reverting to that. I'm sorry you deal with it. Insomnia is not fun. Nicole says, "Have a great night. We're off to Food Truck Friday." Oh, fun. I hope you have a great time. Christina says, "I found that the single best way to guarantee I get awful to no sleep is to set an alarm. If I need to get up at a specific time, my brain gets really passive aggressive." Oh, no. So that's the exact opposite of me. That's very interesting, Stina. And Magnolia says, "A bed, lol. No, but really, I'm a very easy and quick sleeper. I can sleep with a light on if I must. I have slept on concrete. When my air bed has leaked, I seldom lay awake and can't sleep." Lucky you. Many people do not sleep that easy. It's considered a skill. So good on you. You could have been in the military, Magnolia, because you have to like take your sleep where you can when you're in the military. Anne says, "Does anyone find it frustrating when a nonfiction book cites sources and then the reader can't locate them?" Yeah, that's kind of like AI having a hallucination, where you ask it to cite sources and then you go and try to look it up and then you realize that they don't actually exist. Maybe your author, was like those lawyers that pulled from AI and then didn't check to make sure that the sources were real. If you haven't heard about that, you should absolutely look it up. Legal Eagle did a video on it a while back about some lawyers that like they submitted documents to a judge citing all of these cases, and the judge went and looked them up and were like, these don't actually exist. And I think the lawyers were potentially getting disbarred. I can't remember now. It's been a while since I watched the video, but it was messed up. And they admitted, the lawyers were like, "Yeah, we used AI to write our, was it a brief?" I'm trying to remember what it was, but it was pretty bad. And Faye said, "Magnolia, I never felt such a powerful envy." And Alex says, "Magnolia, I am very jealous. I usually spend the first 1 to 3 hours of bed trying to fall asleep." And Anne says, "I can fall asleep in my recliner, but when I get to bed, I'm wide awake." Okay, that is something that can be really weird, is sometimes I involuntarily pass out on the couch and the lamps and everything can be on in the room. The TV could be playing, and then my body doesn't want to get up to actually go to bed. Fortunately for me, I'm lucky enough that if I can get up and I can get to bed, I usually can fall right back asleep. Keaton cannot do that. So if he gets woken up in the middle of the night, sometimes he just, it's like that's it. That's done. He's awake at 3 a.m. and he just stays awake until he has to go to work. I can get up, I can walk around, I can feed Barker, I can let him outside, and I can immediately go back to bed and just pass out. And Zach says, "I love my mechanical white noise machine, and I have, oh my, diphenhydramine to sleep. It's too expensive to have every night, but there's a drink called NeuroSleep that used to work wonders for me." I've never heard of that. Actually, I've never heard of either of those. So that's very interesting. And I've never been somebody who, I don't think I've ever taken melatonin in my life, but I've heard it gives you really bad dreams, like can give you nightmares. Keaton gets melatonin nightmares, so he doesn't take it. Magnolia says, "Oh dear. Well, Faye and Alex, I wish you both the same superpower." Alex said, "Thank you." Robert says, best sleep 7 hours, which is very rare for me. Shusandra and L-theanine work sometimes, and they get me to relax. Oh, very nice. I don't think maybe I've heard of L-theanine, but I've never heard of Shusandra before. And Sky says, hello, question mark. Well, hello to you. And a cat says, I haven't achieved my best sleep in a long while. However, to get decent sleep, my room needs to be cool, dark, and have a fan. Cool, dark, and have a fan. All right. Sky says, this is awkwardly quiet. Sky, have you ever been to a sprint before? Where, like, you take your breaks and you go and you read and then you come back and you talk. Because if you haven't ever done it before, welcome. We usually have 30 to 45-minute sprints, most of the time 45-minute sprints, where people just read and I give a question. And when we come back from sprints, that's when we have our chatty bit. We go back and we have our quiet time. It just helps people be productive. And Robert says, Sky, welcome. Says, hello, Robert. What kind of books is on Alex's bookshelf? I have a lot on my bookshelves. I have all sorts. I've got a little bit of horror, science fiction, historical fiction, contemporary, fantasy, just a large variety. Currently reading Chain Gang All-Stars, which is a dystopian novel. And a cat says, hey, Sky, what's up? And Sky says, not much, just bored. Well, welcome. And Robert says, Sky, all Atessa Moshbeg books for Alex. She loves the author. Yeah, ha, 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 ha. You're so funny, Robert. And Sky says, you two are friends then? This is like an online community thing where, yes, we are friends because I've been doing this for a long time and my peeps here have been coming for a long time as well. So I do consider everybody friends. But this is something I started and a lot of people who are on the booktube side of things do, where they have a night every week. Mine just so happens to be on Fridays, where you get together and you do your sprints for reading or for productivity and you chat for a while. And it's just kind of a nice weekly way to get together. Kat has hers on Wednesdays, for example. I like to do mine at the end of the week because I think it's kind of a nice cap to the end of the week. So I always do mine at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But yeah, it's kind of a thing that's unique to BookTube. There might be other parts of YouTube that do things like this, but I don't think they call them productivity sprints. I could be wrong, though. And Laura says, I like to listen to relaxing music as I fall asleep, that or brown noise. And of course, I need my cats and doggo with me, even when the cats lie on my chest and doggo hearts. Yes, all the animals. And Sky says, what's wrong with Alex's audio? Oh, okay. You must have been asking during the quiet part. I was talking. I'm sure that's probably what was confusing too, as I was talking to Keaton on the side of the screen. So here I am gabbing, but like nobody can hear me. So I can understand why that would be confusing. Cat says no audio during the sprint part, and that is true. Yes, sprinting. Cat says when the timer is on. And Denise says, ate dinner and read 17 pages on page 346. Sleep. What's that? This guy says, Alex, what's your favorite book? Oh, I don't have a favorite, but I have a lot of books that I love a lot. So that's a great question. Try to think of some that I really enjoy. I like Ray Bradbury a lot. So, for example, like Dandelion Wine, The Martian Chronicles. I love Becky Chambers. So, first book in my favorite series of hers is A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. Oh, goodness. God, I like so many. Trying to think. I almost want to like pick up my laptop and go in my other room and just start like reading off all of my favorite books that are on my shelf. Hold on. I might do that. I'm at the chatty bit. I could do that. I'm just going to carry you with me. This is something I never do. Sky, this is for you. Taking you guys into the other room. Hold on. I got to turn my light on. There we go. I'm going to be a little yellow. The lighting in here is not the best. Books. More books. I got all the books. So many books. Okay. So let's see. Let me bend this up a little bit. How am I going to do this? Okay, there we go. So these are some of my favorites that I have on my shelf. So, oh, what do I want to talk about? I've got Neil Gaiman books, so like his children's series with like the Graveyard Book and things like that, Coraline, those were really great. Some of his more adult novels I enjoy, like The Ocean at the End of the Lane. I also am a huge fan of Terry Pratchett. Very first Terry Pratchett book I ever read was one that he did as a co-authorship with Neil Gaiman called Good Omens, which is super fun and was the inspiration for the TV show. If you've ever seen that, I've not watched the TV show, but absolutely recommend the book. Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society was my favorite book when I was in high school. I absolutely love that book. Some like recent favorites I really love. I've got Year of Wonders by Geraldine Brooks, which was a book I actually read this year. Gave 5 stars. Thought it was fantastic. Oryx and Crake and The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood are absolutely phenomenal. Of course, I got to talk about like Blake Crouch, who's incredible. He's the author of Recursion and Dark Matter, both of which I've read. And then the author Anthony Doerr, who has written All the Light We Cannot See, and also Cloud Cuckoo Land, which fall into the category of historical fiction. Sorry, my camera's awkward because I'm holding up a whole laptop. But I also have read a lot of Stephen King. So an example of a book of his that I really enjoy is Under the Dome, which is also one of the longest books that he ever wrote. So I hope that kind of gives an idea of like books that I really enjoy. Just taking everybody through my house like an awkward potato. I'm good at that. Being an awkward potato, that is. All right. I'm going to get you all situated back here. I think it's fun. It's not often I get to explain to people what a sprint is, because most people here like do sprints pretty regularly. Let's see. And Faye says, I read 21 pages of So Far Gone. Very nice, Faye. Good job. Tina says, had a snack and read 15 pages. Wonderful. Swank says, a cool and dark room and comfy bed. Absolutely. And yes, Guy, I can always see your messages even when I'm on sprint. And Talcana says, shower fan on, lots of pillows and fluffy comforter, and a dark, dark room. I'm seeing a lot of theme of it needs to be really dark, which makes sense to me because I also prefer that when I'm in bed. And Stina says, yeah, despite all the recent storms, this is still the high desert I'd be dying in Missouri. And Laura said, I read about 30 pages, also did my Duolingo lesson. Good job. And also going back to Stina, when you're saying with the high desert, I'm curious. So when it's 100 for you, what's considered the real feel? Because, you know, we might be like 80 degrees here, but a real feel could be like 85 or 86, you know, if the humidity is really bad or something like that. So wondering what it would be. Sky said, odd. I'm sure that if you've never done sprinting before, I remember when I did my very first sprint ever, and it was when I was still trying to figure out what to do with the timer. And for those of you who were here from the beginning, you might remember like the little alien race thing I did that glitched out, and it was a really fun concept, but it just in practice it didn't work out very well. And my dad ended up texting me, and he's like, "What is it that you're doing? Why aren't you talking? And what's this little alien thing that you have playing on the screen?" And it was just really funny to me because it's like, yeah, I guess it does kind of come across as being a little weird. And Kathy says, I made it to page 120 in the Traveling Vampire Show. Good job. And Princess is here. Hi, Princess. And Princess says, I sleep with a fan. And Kat says, during that sprint, I voted in the layout contest. Then I made some tea and listened to a chapter of Lonesome Dove. Now I'm starting my layout. Very nice. Oh, Sky is saying she didn't think we could see the messages. I can. And says, sometimes an audio book puts me to sleep. Okay. Very nice. Well, maybe not very nice if you have to go back and figure out where you started falling asleep, but I'm glad that helps. Faye says, my brain is broken. It doesn't switch off very easily. I don't think that means it's broken. It's just a little, different at nighttime. Some people are night owls, and that's normal. Swank says, I play a campfire on the beach to sleep to. Oh, that sounds nice. Campfire on the beach. Stina says, read the first 2.5% of Earl's Trip by Jenny Holiday. There seems to be some Wodehouse influence, which bodes well. Okay. I don't know Wodehouse, but if that's something that you enjoy, that's great. I'm guessing that's an author. Laura says, my hair almost reaches my butt in summer. It's like having an extra blanket. I bet. And Stina says, RFK Jr. has had some trouble with that too in his reports. And Kat says, I have no trouble falling asleep, but staying asleep is my issue. Oh, my mom has that problem too. And Heidi says, Alex, not sure if you read All Systems Red, but the TV show Murderbot is very good and very, very handsome. Stick with Owen Wilson is very good TV show too. Wait, what? So wait, Murderbot is very good and very handsome. Are you saying Owen Wilson is playing that character? I actually need to read the Murderbot series because everybody talks about how great it is, and I know that they're pretty short, so I'm sure that I would really enjoy it if I got into it. And Alex says, lawyers using AI, especially for court, is wild. Kind of hope they do get disbarred. They didn't even try to do their job. So true. It's like, do your due diligence. You have like a million different legal books to reference. Like you could go look for like any case that you want. Don't use AI to try to look up cases and it'll hallucinate on you. Let's see. Princess says, I listened to a really good audiobook, The Book of Sleep by Nicole. Is that also Moshfegh? I recommend it. It was so helpful, only a couple hours long. Nice. And Princess says, it was on Libby. I listened to it at the gym. And Magnolia says, my biggest problem was always getting up. Haha, but I am way better now than what I used to be before. Heidi says, Black Tongue Thief is on Alex's bookshelf. It is. Yes, it's on my TBR, my to be read pile. Heidi says, Alex, what made you start a channel? Did another booktuber inspire you? I followed a couple different booktubers. My main one I watched forever was Books and Lala. And I don't really watch as much booktube anymore, funny enough, because I started doing booktube and I recognize what it takes. And I know that probably sounds so weird, but there was something about, I was always really curious about what it would be like to make my own content. And once you start making your own content, at least with the way that my brain works, it kind of demystifies a lot of it. And so funny enough, and I'm not only this way with booktube, I'm like this with all of YouTube, because now that I know what it takes to produce a video, when I watch other people make a video, I'm always in the back of my mind thinking about how they made it, like what went into the editing, what went into getting the shot, things like that. And it kind of, I don't know, it makes it kind of weird. It was fun. It was more fun, I think, when I didn't know, I hadn't peeked behind the curtain yet. And I don't mean for that to sound bad, because I don't mean that in a bad way. But in terms of what made me like kind of take the leap, honestly, was after I met Keaton. I had been telling him about how much I loved books. And at the time I had been doing a blog since I was a freshman in college. And I did a book review for every single book that I read. And I don't have that blog anymore. I don't know if it's lost to the internet now or if I could go back and find it. If I logged into, it was a WordPress blog. I probably could find it. But I like somehow got this confidence of like, you know what, after all these years of watching booktube, I think it's time for me to see if I could do it myself. And then I ended up realizing that I could. I will say this, I have a mad amount of respect for the people who are really good at production, because the like skills that it takes in editing and the time and the lighting and everything that you have to figure out, it's a lot. I have a lot of respect for people doing that. I also realize how hard it is for people to make YouTube their job. So like the amount of dedication and the amount of creativity that it would take to like leave a regular job and do YouTube full time, and as I like to say, live and die by the algorithm. That's not something that I could ever do. I like stability entirely too much for this idea that like I can make one video that ruins my career, or I can make a video that does so poorly that I like can't pay my mortgage, you know, type thing. As like that's just such a that's a topic I could talk about forever, and it's something I've been trying to figure out with Keaton. I'm like, how do I feel about everything anymore? It's just so different now than it was just even a few years ago. And Magnolia says, when are you going to make a new video, Alex? Been missing those. I know. Yeah, it's been really hard with my job recently, and by recently I mean the last couple months, which is the reason why I haven't posted anything, is because things have been consistently pretty rough for the last couple months. But especially the last few weeks, I have had I'm not gonna say like I don't have the creativity or that like I don't have the brain power, but I have so much focus right now on stuff going on at work that I feel like my brain isn't working right. Like things that I normally would be very attentive about, I've been missing. I make silly mistakes when I'm trying to describe things. It's like my brain's not all the way there. And the idea of trying to make a video when I feel like I can't articulate myself. And I'm not saying I'm always perfect at articulating myself anyway, but I feel like recently it's been especially bad. Um, I just can't bring myself to do it. And it doesn't mean that I'm not going to ever. I'm not saying I've given up on making videos because that's not true. It's just right now is very hard. And like the very small amount of time that I have to just have some peace at home to sit and just be myself, I do not, I can't take that energy and put it into making a video. And I know that you all can appreciate and respect that, and I know that I don't have to justify myself to you. It's just I think it would be fair of me to tell you all that that's what's going on. So there you go. He says brown noise, is that like a jackhammer or something? So white noise is like a higher pitch and brown noise is a lower pitch. And I find it just more soothing than white noise. White noise grates on my nerves, but brown noise it honestly sounds like rain to me, or like waves. It's kind of that pitch of noise, but more, it's just stable. Instead of like a wave going in and going out, it's just one pitch all the time. And I personally find it really nice. And Angel says, Alex, you were the first prince I've ever seen. I remember I was a little confused at first, lol, but I've been hooked ever since. Can't believe it's been about a year. Oh, that's so sweet, Angel. Thank you. I didn't realize I was your first one that you had ever found. It makes me feel special. Faye says, house tour, yay. Yeah, I'm not going to be weird and like take you guys into my bathroom or anything. But though both of my bathrooms are very weird colors because I'm a weird person like that. And I realize that in most cases, I cannot be trusted to pick out colors anymore because I just make things very bright. Talcana says, field trip. And Heidi said, Magnolia, me too, book review, book review, book review. Magnolia says, yes, and wrap-ups, etc. Maybe hauls. Heidi says, I've been on plenty of sprints before, Alex, but those booktubers do not read everyone's comment, usually just one booktubers. Oh, just other booktubers they're friends with. Yeah, I mean, when you get to the size of some of those channels and you just have like that wall of text that goes by, I mean, it's the same with Twitch streamers. I've talked with Keaton about that because he follows a pretty popular but niche Twitch streamer. And I was like, you can never catch people to like, unless you've marked them, a specific way to be able to see that it's them easily. And that's one of the reasons why I like the size of my channel so much, and why I revel in the relationships that I have with you all, is because I can have that personal connection. Whereas like the bigger that you get, the harder that is, for sure. Magnolia says that is unique about these sprints indeed, Heidi. Faye says, Heidi, that's what I love about us being a small group. She can keep up with us. Yes, I can. Magnolia says, that was a nice tour. Oh, thanks. Angel says, field trip. Yay, that was awesome. And Estina says, that was fun. No awkward potato-ish. Thank you. I always joke that I'm an awkward potato because I feel like it covers my bases in case I actually was. Robert says, don't ask Alex what her favorite restaurant is. She'll have to walking down the block. Oh, I do have, I could at least tell you my favorite food. I have favorite restaurants for sure. And Magnolia says, Robert, laughing. And Anne says, Cat, staying asleep is my problem as well. Magnolia says, I read 15 pages. And Stina says, unless it's storming, it's typically 100 equals 100. Oh, okay. And sometimes the storm drops the temps really fast and we'll get hail. Oh, I hate hail. Oh, I hate hail so much. And that was actually something I didn't realize until I replaced my roof. And I started looking at like what hail was like in other parts of the country, and I realized that you all out in the desert get way more hail than I would ever expect. And isn't that kind of one of the reasons? I mean, other than the fact that like asphalt is not going to do very well in like 100 to 110-degree weather, but isn't that one of the reasons you all have a lot of metal roofs? Is because like hail is less likely to damage the metal sheets. I could be wrong about that, but that's why I'm asking. And Alex says, I still need to read Murderbot too. Stina says, P.G. Wodehouse wrote, among other things, the Jeeves and Wooster stories. They are hilarious. And Heidi says, Alexander Skarsgård is Murderbot. Owen Wilson is another show, a washed-up golfer is Owen Wilson? Oh my gosh. Oh, and I love him. Owen Wilson's one of my favorite actors. Keaton and I constantly do the wow at each other. You can't help it but do that. But Alexander Skarsgård. Cool. Magnolia says, oh my God, Owen Wilson. That's an actor who is in everything. He's just always popped up in random movies. He's great. He's a staple of Wes Anderson, too. Talcanda says, last sprint, I was working on a sticker for my planner, trying to learn Canva. Yep, I have Canva. I know that can be a little bit of a learning curve. Next sprint, going to work on prep for readathons for next month. Awesome. Zach says, P.G. Wodehouse, the Jeeves books about the butler, they are funny and fantastic. Emily says, the show is called Stick, and Owen Wilson plays the main character about... Oh, okay, got you. So, called Stick. That's great. I've never heard of that. Stina says, now we're starting to get into sun shower season. Lovely little rain showers at 4 p.m. Cools things off a bit and makes pretty rainbows. Oh, how nice. Magnolia says, he is a good actor, though. Loved him in Midnight in Paris and some other movies. It's just funny to see him always popping up randomly like he is in every movie. One of my favorite movies that he's in and is a Wes Anderson movie is Darjeeling Limited. That is my favorite Wes Anderson. Heidi says, that is why your book reviews are so good. You have been doing it for a long time with that blog. Had been. Yes, I had been doing it a long time. Thank you. That's sweet. I guess I had a chance to kind of get my certain style down. I really hadn't thought about it like that, Heidi, but I guess you're right. Nicole says, finally done cooking for a family reunion tomorrow. And can read now. Nice. What did you make for your family reunion? You bringing a side dish? Heidi says, Magnolia, if you could pick one to have dinner with, Tony or a young Battlestar Galactica Dirk, who would you choose? And Jamie says, happy Friday. Also happy to be done with work for the weekend. Yes, I'm happy for you too. Yay. Happy weekend. Woohoo. Heidi says, I bet when you read that right book, that crazy, unbelievable good book, you will crank out a review. I think that terror took a lot out of you. It really did. Was it Angela who said that she thought that that was what put me kind of in a slump, like reading wise? And I think that that's true. And Sina says, when my ex worked nights, we had a white noise machine. Unfortunately, it picked up the passing CB radio traffic. Oh my God. I've never heard of that. Magnolia says, I understand, Alex. Thanks for explaining. Take your time, though. I hope you will feel better soon for yourself so you can pick up the hobby again. Thank you. I do appreciate that, and it is very kind of you to say. Sina says, we're in the foothills of the Rockies, so not a lot of metal roofs here, but HOAs have very specific roof requirements because the hail gets so bad. Zach says, did you ever watch the Owen Wilson movie No Escape? It's an interesting movie where he's kind of an action star. No, I haven't, but that sounds like fun. Stina says, in New Mexico, though, my ex and I had a house that had a curved A-frame with a metal shell. hard to get a mortgage because the first inspector called it a Quonset hut. I don't know what that is. Is that, I'm assuming that's a reference to a Native American style hut? Please, please educate me. I'm having an ignorant moment. Magnolia says, Heidi, I would choose Tony since I already met Dirk Benedict 3 times. Meeting Tony is on my bucket list. That's so cool that you've met Dirk Benedict. Nicole says, I made potato salad, deviled eggs, and the broth for chicken and dumplings. Man, you did a lot. Good for you. Can't make the dumplings until right before we leave tomorrow. Oh, yeah, you probably don't want them to get soggy. That's very fair. Oh, well, thank you, everybody. That was a wonderful discussion. Very nice. I don't think Sky stayed to actually be able to see my bookshelf tour, but I'm happy that you all ended up enjoying that. And I'm going to go ahead and give you all your next question, which I guess could sort of kind of be related to this past question, depending on if you're talking about a night routine. But it's going to be, are you someone who ever got into skincare? I have friends that they buy so many skincare products. It's insane. And they have many collections, and they try all these interesting gadgets like the red light, machines and stuff like that. And I'm curious if any of you are really into that. And if not, what are your basic skincare things that you use if you're not super into it? You're somebody that's like, I wash my face and that's it. You could say that too. Let's see. And Magnolia says, Dirk is a very nice guy, also very cool and very funny. That's sweet. And Stina says, prefab, corrugated steel structure, think airplane hangar. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I've never heard that before. Thank you for telling me. Wonderful. Alrighty, well, I've got you all on your next question, and I got the next 45 minutes up on the clock. I think I'm going to make myself a blackberry lemonade. Woohoo! So I will see you all in a little bit. And I'm also noticing my my Wi-Fi signal is doing what it did last week, where it's showing that my bars keep going lower, which is weird because normally I have like perfect signal and my computer is saying I have perfect signal, but StreamYard is intermittently having an issue. So if I have been going in and out or I've been freezing up at all, please tell me in the comments, because I went back and I can't remember why I did, because I normally don't rewatch my streams, but I had checked one of my videos at one point and I noticed that I was like kept freezing up. I think it was a couple weeks ago, and I wasn't expecting that. So if I'm doing that, please tell me. I got to figure out what's going on with it. But anyway, I'm going to wish you all happy reading. I'm going to go make a lemonade and continue Chain Gang All Stars, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 166 in Chain Gang All Stars. I'm officially 40% into the book, and I was like furiously typing notes of like things I want to talk about for the book club next week because this has me fired up. There's going to be a lot to discuss, especially with regards to the American prison system. So get ready for that. If you're from outside of the US and you want to learn about the American prison system, it's horrible, and definitely worth talking about. Before we left, I asked you all the question: are you someone who ever got into skincare? See what you have to say. And Stina says, I keep trying to figure out a routine for my skin. It's been a while, so I'm starting over again this week. For now, I'm just doing the prescription gunk morning and night and sunscreen if I go out. Okay, very nice. And Swank says, I'm too lazy to be consistent with skincare. I was with Dove, used witch hazel toner, and just got new face lotion with hyaluronic acid. Very nice. All good buzzwords. There was a time I used a witch hazel face toner as well. It was from I think they called it like the kitty line or something. I'm trying to remember what it was called, but I love the witch hazel one. Smelled absolutely amazing, and that was the real reason I used it. I didn't think it was doing anything for my skin, but it just smelled so good. I don't really have much of a routine anymore. I use a CeraVe like sensitive skin facial cleanser, which is supposed to be good because it doesn't damage your skin barrier. And I have like a snail goo that I use sometimes. I call it snail goo because I think that's funnier, but it's snail mucin. And then I have a prescription that I use on my skin because it took years for me to find out, but I got diagnosed with rosacea, which is something that I like didn't know that I had. And it was always weird because people would comment about like how red my skin was compared to other people's. And I just thought it was because I don't know, flush easy or something. But no, it's like it's actually just because I have rosacea. So I have like it's like an antibiotic cream that I put on my skin. And then in the morning time, if I showered in the morning and I'm going out, I put on a like moisturizer with sunscreen. And if I showered and I'm going to bed, I have a moisturizer that does not have sunscreen. So pretty simple overall for me. And Kat says, I have a skincare routine, but it's very simple: cleanser, eye cream, and moisturizer with sunscreen. Very nice. Stina says, I'll gradually add other components to see if anything works particularly well or poorly. That's better than the way I would do it for a while there when I was trying to figure out if I should use anything fancy. I was like using so many new products at once that I couldn't tell what was working and what wasn't. So I just kept using all of it. I kind of got out of that. Laura says, as I get older, I'm getting into skincare more. Still not consistent with it, but for the last few years, I'm taking care of my face and it really feels healthy. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. The one thing, or I guess I should say two things, I wish that I would have done better when I was growing up because, like, especially as an acne prone teenager like I was, they sold us all of the absolute worst crap to use on our skin. I mean, really, nowadays, I think teenagers are going to have a much better time with managing acne because you're not. I mean, they still sell some of the stuff I used when I was younger, but you're not going to use like, Proactive and the stuff that was like really horrible for your skin. But the one thing I really wish I would have done differently was use a moisturizer, but specifically a moisturizer with a sunscreen. Because I definitely think that probably would have helped my skin a lot when I was growing up. Because my skin used to be so dry and flaky, it was awful. But I didn't know to use moisturizer. Took like ages to figure that out. And Magnolia says, I do not have a skincare routine. I am never using makeup, only used it when I was on stage or in an extra in a movie. I did acting school. Very cool. I didn't like creams. I think they feel horrible and fat on your face. That's fair. And Laura says, my steps are clean, tonic, serum, eye cream, moisturizer. Very nice. And pretty simple too. Stina says, I am grateful that I took Nora Ephron's advice way back when and moisturized my neck like crazy. I was still getting carded just a few years ago. Oh, that's nice. That's awesome. And Stina said, Magnolia, yeah, I have a lot of textural issues with cosmetics and creams. So glad I found a guy who prefers me without makeup. I'm actually the same way with Keaton. Keaton has seen me wear makeup exactly one time, and he like stared at me when I ended up showing it to him because he was like, "You look poreless," and he basically said it was like uncanny valley. Whereas, like, with my face, he likes to be able to see everything about it, and, I appreciate that. That's actually one of the things because I used to wear makeup all the time, and it wasn't too long before I met Keaton that I decided I was over it, and, when I met him for the first time, I was like, "I'm not wearing makeup, I'm not getting dressed up, I'm just gonna look like me because if he likes me for who I am, then I know that he's a good person. If he only likes me when I'm wearing makeup, that would be bad." And, yeah, we've been together for we're getting ready to celebrate 3 years this month. So, yeah, it's very nice. I get what you mean. Alex said, for the question, I've never gotten into skincare the way the celebs and influencers have, just moisturizer and sun cream. That's good. And Magnolia says, Stina, I'm happy for you as well. That means he takes you for who you are. Yes, I agree. Talcana says, just moisturizer, really, and chapstick. It's funny you say that because I was like putting some chapstick on off camera earlier, and you just reminded me I need to put some more on. That is one thing I'm really bad about is because I don't drink enough water, my lips get really chapped pretty easy. And so, one, I need to be better about drinking water, but two, I need to be better about staying up on my chapstick. During that sprint, I did go and make myself my blackberry lemonade, which is just made with a really, really delicious blackberry syrup and simply lemonade. I would like to make homemade lemonade at some point, but I was just too lazy at this point. So just Keaton got me some simply lemonade to mix with the syrup, and it's so delicious. There's actually a local coffee shop, funny enough, that had the blackberry lemonade on their menu, and I tried it exactly once, and I went, "Oh, I got to figure out how to make that at home because I don't want to come over here and pay for it every time I want it." And I've been able to have one of these every day since I got the syrup. It's been a fantastic decision. Davon says, I've been a lurkin while calming my mind with a predictable short Regency romance. Very nice. And Alex says, read 4%, so close to the end of the book. Woohoo! Nicole says, I finished the Kurosagi Corpse Delivery Service. Awesome. Now I'm reading Vanishing Treasures by Catherine Rundell. And Alex says, Nicole, how was it? And Kathy says, just moisturizer for me. Very nice. Jamie says, made dinner, veggie burger and salad. Also made it to page 266 in all the colors of the dark. Ooh, that's a good title. And Stina says, I read the first 5% of Bury the Lead. Yes, spelled, or buried the, is lead, right? Or is it Bury the Lead? Yeah, spelled like that by Kate Hilton and Elizabeth Ranzetti. And Robert says, SPF 70 sunscreen, Sunday 95 degrees, Monday 101, Tuesday 100. Oh my gosh. Yeah, wear that. You might want to get some SPF 100, Robert. Stina says, Witch Hazel was de rigueur in the 80s. Is that how you say that? Probably not. Is that like to say that it was the thing? It was like in at the moment? Jamie says, just wash my face, use sunscreen, and occasionally moisturize. Kathy says, I did some cleaning and then read 15 more pages. Very nice. Magnolia says, please remind me of your favorite Owen Wilson movie. Was it the Darjeeling Limited? Yes, it is. So I can add it to my watch list on Letterboxd and someday can take a look. Yes, I love that film so much. And one of the things also that I love about it, if you enjoy trains, Magnolia, is most of the film ends up taking place on a train, which is called the Darjeeling Limited. So yeah, it's great. And Denise said, read 40 pages on page 386. Never into skincare right now using CeraVe wash and moisturizer. I think good skin is pretty much genetic. People frequently tell me I look younger than I am. That's awesome. Yeah. I did not hit the lottery on the good skin. I got like my dad's side of the family skin, and my mom got her side of the family skin, and I very much wish that I had gotten my mom's side because their skin is like so pretty and smooth, and they didn't have like really bad acne, but it is what it is. I have so many genes from my dad. Like I look so much like my dad. It's unreal. And Zach says, skin on my hands is a disaster, and I've spent a lot of money trying to find products to help it stop drying out and cracking. I can relate to that. The only thing that helps is wearing gloves to touch anything remotely. Yeah, Zach, is it because you wash your hands a lot? Because that's definitely my thing, is like I compulsively wash my hands when I'm at work because if I touch anything, I don't want to like touch my face or touch my food or, like my personal items. I don't know how many times a day I wash my hands, but it's a lot. Zach says, I like cleaning chemicals. And Tina says, read 18 pages. Jamie says, I finished Changing All Stars last week. Can't wait for the discussion. Yay. I think it's going to be a hard topic to talk about. I mean, like the topics in the book, I should say, are going to be deep and painful and difficult to talk about. But I think it will be rewarding. I think this is a very rewarding read so far, in my opinion. Zach says, I 2-starred Changing All Stars. We'll have some fun. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect everybody to like it. I don't think we've had a book yet where absolutely everybody loved it. It just can't be that way. Stina says, congrats on 3 years. Thank you. And Alex says, my grandma's homemade lemonade is the bomb. I'm sensitive to sour flavors, but her lemonade is perfect for me. She must get the right amount of sugar in it. Stina says, I actually started using an overnight lip mask on the recommendation of Emily Fox. It works really well. Nice. Stina says, yes, lead is a pun on lead. I think that's what you're saying. Is that right? Denise says, because I don't know L-E-D-E. Unless I'm being silly. I might be. Denise says, Jamie, how are you liking All the Colors of the Dark? I have that one, but haven't gotten around to it. Nicole says, Alex, it was good. I enjoyed the last few stories within it better than the earlier volumes. It's not one I'm keeping in the collection, though. Magnolia says, it sounds good. Alex says, the Darjeeling Limited sounds like a movie about limited edition tea. I would watch that. Not about tea. No, it's I'm trying to give you like a brief synopsis. It's a story of 3 brothers who all they have family issues with one another, and they each have like their own specific personality within the brother dynamic. So Owen Wilson is like the bossy, brother, and like his personality in that film is so interesting because I don't think it's kind of like a character that he would normally play in a film. And the thing I like about Wes Anderson movies is each of his characters is very unique, different, odd in some way, and there's something about them that like has a unique flaw, but they're still likable in their own way. And it's a really touching movie. Like that is one Wes Anderson film that when I first watched it, I actually cried, and that's not normal for me because I've watched a lot of Wes Anderson. That is not normal for me to do. And I just think that the message in that movie is great amidst like the comedy and all of the like weird gags that happen in it. And Magnolia says, whenever you are reading this comment, I will go. So now that you're reading this comment, I will go to bed. Good night, Magnolia. It was good to see you. Both are like lead. Oh, okay. Got you. Thank you. Zach says, I've always looked old. Someone asked me how many kids I had when I was 17. Oh, no. I had an older gentleman when I was in college ask me if I had any children. But at that age, I had a friend of mine who did have her first kid at 19. So I didn't really take it personal because I was like, oh, I could have just, like, in his opinion, been a young mom, And Jamie says, Denise, I'm loving it. Hard to put down. I could be my favorite of the year if it continues like it is. Oh, awesome. Denise says, Jamie, good to hear. I'll have to get to it soon. Bye bye, Magnolia. Zach says, yes, I obsessively wash my hands. And what I was trying to say is the only thing that helps is wearing gloves if I touch anything like cleaning chemicals. Yeah, that makes sense. I usually wear gloves with cleaning chemicals other than if it's like a sanitizing spray, just because I use a lot of products that have bleach in them because I feel like bleach just like sanitizes everything really well, and that smell gets in everything, and if it gets on my hands I cannot get that off of my skin, I swear, for like a whole day, and it really bothers me. And Emily says, Zach, what was the biggest issue for you about All Stars? I had minor qualms, though definitely curious what kept it from average for you. He might not want to say until we get to the discussion, but he might. So see if Zach answers. Kat says, bye, Magnolia. Happy weekend. And Magnolia says, thanks, Kat. Same wishes. And Kat, I'm super interested too to hear what you end up thinking of this book. And Jamie says, I also love Wes Anderson movies. Just saw the Phoenician. Is that how they're calling that? The Phoenician Scheme last week. So much fun. I want to see that in theaters. I think it looks really good. And Kat sending some love. Awesome. Well, wonderful. Thank you all so much for that lovely discussion. And I think, so we've had some longer discussions. We're already almost at the 3-hour mark. This would normally be the time I'd only do 2 more questions. So I might end up changing things up a little bit this week with how I do stuff, and that's totally okay. So, or maybe we're right on time. I told you all my brain's not working quite right. We might be on time. I can't really tell. I feel like we talked a lot during one of the sprints, so I'm a little bit behind, but I'm going to just mix it up a little bit. So, I'm going to give us our next question, which is, what is your favorite feature of yourself? So, like, if there's a part of you that is uniquely you that you really enjoy, it could be about your face, or if you're like, I like my hands, just like a feature of yourself that you like. And Zach says, my issue with Chain Gang is it didn't have anything new to say. I got the message 20 years ago. Well, I do think that that's good, Zach, that you got that message 20 years ago, because I don't think that everybody has. So that's why I think that this book is important. But I will go ahead, get our 45 minutes up on the clock. You guys have your next question, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 177. I am officially in part 2 of the book, and I'm at the chapter called Vega. I've made some pretty good progress tonight. I definitely think that I'm going to hit my goal before the end of sprints. I do think during the next sprint, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, just to like help my mind a little bit, because I can tell that my focus is starting to drift. And so if I take a break, I'll be able to come back. And I know that, and then I'll be able to hit my goal and it'll be good. So before we left, I asked you all the question, what is your favorite feature of yourself? And I know we don't have a ton of answers right now, but I do hope people provided some. And Emily was responding to Zach about his opinion of Chain Gang, saying, yeah, fair. I think it was modern in a way that is necessary for the new generation, even so nothing really is ever new. And Faye says, if I can't think of an answer to the question, does that mean I need therapy? It means you need to think a little harder, Faye, maybe a little kinder of yourself. Christina says, Faye, right there with you. No, come on, ladies. And Alex says, question, the color of my eyes. I like that one. That's very sweet. Sina says, I'm going to go with my lone vertebral disc that has not, knock on wood, been compromised. Okay, I accept that. That's if that's your good positive thing. I'm glad that you've got that vertebral disc. It's important. And I did say it made you need to think about the one thing you appreciate about yourself, friends, because there are many wonderful things about everybody in this chat. Just want to know one thing that you like about yourself. Kathy says, as far as the question, my skin. Right on theme from earlier. I am an empty nester who constantly gets mistaken for someone much younger. I am blessed. Oh, well, good for you. I love it. Faye says, I guess I like that I can fit into kids' clothes because women's clothes are way more expensive and uncomfortable. Okay, that's a plus. All right. So your general shape and size makes it convenient for you to wear clothes that you like. I think that's great. Zach says, I guess my favorite thing is my extremely skeptical mind. For example, I identified Fox News as lying garbage when I was about 10 and never put anyone or anything on a pedestal, and only believe what fails to be disproven. You said, unfortunately, I gotta go. Well, it was good talking with you, Zach, and I do hope that you have a fantastic weekend. And I can tell that I will get to see you next Thursday, since you did read Chain Gang All Stars. So we'll be seeing you all. You'll be seeing you on Cat's channel. And Alicia says, I ate dinner, cleaned up kitchen, and played a round of Uno. Very nice. I hope you reversed on somebody. And Faye says, only one chapter left in So Far Gone. Very nice. Alex says that sprint was so fast. I read 10%, only got a few pages left. Look at you go, Alex. Good job. I've noticed I tend to read faster when I'm getting to the end of a book. I don't know if it's like my brain just engages because I'm eager to, see what happens at the end or what it is. But yeah, you read 10%. That was fast. Tolkana says, finished what I wanted to do for readathon prep for next month. Woohoo! No reading yet. Hopefully next sprint. That's awesome. Oh, Nicole, fun. She says, I'm back. I hope you enjoyed your food truck time. What did you get from the food truck or trucks? And Nicole says, read some during the last sprint. Rating is going down, not up. Oh, Tessa Moshfegh. It's not looking so good. And Jamie says, I think my eyes are my best feature. That's so sweet. I love it. Alicia says, I think I like that I'm left-handed. Cool. And I have the ability to write backwards and upside down. That is really cool. What a great skill. Takana says, I love my hair. Lovely. Sure, it's all shiny and pretty. Jamie says, I made it to page 303 in all the colors of the dark. Ooh, this book is going to wreck me. I just know it. Jamie, I don't recall you talking about this one prior. You weren't reading this last week, were you? Because I'm like, I got to go check the cover now, because I usually look up the covers for all the books you all recommend. And I don't recommend, or I don't remember. No, I don't remember this cover. Hold on. I'm checking the others just to make sure. No, I don't remember you talking about this. So, really glad you're liking it. That has some really dang high reviews. Holy crap. 4.6 out of 73,000 for this book. Wow. Cool. Glad you got a good one. Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Good to see you. And she says, hello. Nicole says, I got barbecue pulled pork nachos. Oh, that sounds good. Yum. Alicia says, that sounds delicious. And Travis is here. Hi, Travis. How you doing? Travis, you should answer the question. What's your favorite feature of yourself? He said, hey, everybody. Hope y'all are doing well. Well, thank you. It was an extremely long week, Travis, but I'm happy to have made it through. Next week's going to be really long, too, but that's okay. We're getting there. And Nicole says, my cheekbones are an underappreciated feature. Oh, I love that. That's great. And Jamie says, hello, Travis. And Nicole says, Alicia, it was good. Nicole says, hi, Travis and Jamie. Travis says, currently chilling in a bath and been spending all day cleaning out my Goodreads and have so long to go. LOL, I'm currently reading Botanical Daughter. So what are you doing for cleaning out your Goodreads? Like, what does that mean for you? Does it have to do with your TBR pile? Does it have to do with your going back and like cleaning up old reviews? Like what is that for you? Because that sounds very interesting. Also, taking a bath sounds very nice. Do you put anything in your baths? Do you put like bath bombs or anything in there? I have some favorites from Lush that I really love, and I use them sparingly because I love to savor them. And Travis says, hello, Jamie and Nicole. Stina says, if you want somebody to trash all the colors, I am here for you. Okay. So Stina did not like all the colors. All right. I should see, Stina, just for giggles and shits, I'm going to see how many people rated it one star. 1 star, 1% of people. 2 stars, 1% of people. 3 stars, 7% of people. 4 stars, 22%, and 5 stars, 69%. Oh my goodness. And I always love an unpopular opinion. I think they're very fun. And Jamie says, I've been listening to The Seventh Veil of Salome by Sylvia Moreno Garcia. Oh, Sylvia Moreno Garcia. I know that name. I do not know that book, though. He said, I got to 72% so far today. Very nice. Good job. Denise says, read 36 pages on page 322. I think my best feature is my hair. Oh, very nice. Emily says, a favorite feature would be comfortably doing what I want over the mainstream expectation, not a physical feature, though, assuming it's not restricted. No, you could be a mental feature about yourself as well. And I think that that's a great one. Jamie says, no, I just started it this week. Okay. Well, you've really torn through it. So good for you. Travis says, oh, my favorite feature of myself physically is my blue eyes, I guess. I love it. And Jamie said, I suppose my eyes are nice, but my favorite feature is my brain, really. Yeah, my favorite feature about myself, I would always answer was my brain. But I realized at the time when I used to answer that way, and I'm not saying this about anybody else, it was just about me. I used to be really insecure about my appearance. And so, like, for example, when I was growing up, my family never told, like, pretty much never told me that I was pretty ever. The thing that they always commented about was how smart I was. Like, so I have a cousin who's 3 years younger than me, and she was always the cute one, and I was the smart one. And so that was the thing I like valued about myself the most. And so I've tried to get better about like looking at my physical appearance and seeing things about myself that I'm like, oh, that's nice. And so, yes, I do value my brain very much. But I would say if I had to pick physical features, I like my shoulders. I like the way that my shoulders scoop. I think that's nice. It's a funny thing to say that you like, but that's something I like. And I've come to appreciate my nose, my strong German nose that I have. And funny enough, that part is actually Keaton's favorite feature of my face too. Is he really likes my strong nose. And Alicia says, I love a good bubble bath with a bath bomb. So relaxing. Very nice. And Jamie says, oh no, Stina. And Denise says, Nicole, your dinner sounds delicious. And I wonder for Stina too, it's like, I don't know if you can say why you didn't like it without being spoilery. If you can, I would be curious why you didn't like it. And Alicia says, hey, Travis. Travis says, I'm going through a 3,890 books on my TBR and really being like, okay, what am I going to read? Because I have a habit of just throwing books on there. And I do put stuff in my bath if I have something. Awesome. And I know what you mean. It's so easy to put books on your TBR. I don't have all of mine in Goodreads, but I have systematically gone through and made like a huge list on Amazon. Not because I'm buying the books on Amazon. It's just an easy place for me to put them and like track pricing for them a lot of times. I've actually, come to think of it, I haven't been buying books on Amazon at all, but again, it's easy to track them on there. And sometimes I go back and I look at books that I added years ago and I'm like, I have no interest in reading that at all now. So I do think it's good to kind of go and, purge, because maybe your tastes have changed since you added prior books. Travis says, hey to Alicia. Denise says, I'm on 422, not 322. Did I read that wrong, Denise? Oh, no. Okay. It was what you had typed. Okay. That's good. You're even further. Nicole says, not bath bombs. That just sounds like deep cleaning to me. Can they please make a scrub daddy bath bomb? That would be fun. Imagine if you could like dual clean yourself and clean the bath at the same time, but like it not be weird. That would be great. Stina says, I couldn't make it past page 26. Every paragraph sent me into a rant and it would have taken me forever. Okay, it was a DNF then. Good to know. Nicole says, Denise, it was great. And Travis says, I'm also crazy and going through every book to see if there's an audiobook for them in the 3 library apps I have for when I'm in audio mood and don't have to figure out what is available for me. That is a lot of work, Travis. I mean, good for you if that's what you want to do. Great. That is a lot of work. Faye says, wait, you made it sound like physical features only. I love almost everything about my mind and character. I'm a cool chick. I just live in a lemon is all. We're all cool in our own ways. I always joke with people that I'm like a weirdo. That's why I say things like how I'm an awkward potato, is because it's just that's how I have always felt. Like I've never been one of the cool kids in my whole life, and I don't want to be. I just am naturally like just a quirky person. And so yeah, I think it's great to just embrace yourself and be who you are. As long as like you're an empathetic person, I think it's great to be whoever you are. Travis says, you are so pretty. You are so sweet. Aw, thanks, Travis. But I get it. I have horrible self-image, but I'm on a huge health journey on top of everything going on. Well, I mean, good for you. If that's what you feel like would make you feel good about yourself, both internally and externally, I always support people being on health journeys, as long as you do it the safe way. And it's not like, oh, I want to lose 10 pounds in 10 days. Like, please don't do that. Just, be kind to yourself. But yeah, no, I used to be like really bad about it. And I, like I said, I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you. But I do have way more self-worth now than I ever did when I was growing up. And in part, I do attribute that very gratefully to Keaton. He's super supportive of like everything that I do, every hobby that I have. He always makes me feel very capable and everything. I'm going to lower my lighting here. It's starting to blind me. And he tells me every day how beautiful he thinks I am and how important I am in his life. And, when you have people like that in your life and good friends and good community, it adds a lot, even on days that are hard. That's the thing. It's like I did have, honestly, a pretty terrible week, to be honest with you all. But I don't feel awful because, I get to spend time with friends. So it's a great thing. And Jamie says, I am a bit vain about having kept a good figure too. Ho ho. I'm in my 40s, and so many of my classmates are in such rough shape now. Well, good for you for taking care of yourself. Travis says, I have a weird thing for noses, lol. A man with a big nose gets me for some reason. Well, apparently Keaton has a thing for them too, because I have one. I got definitely I would say my dad's nose, but because I'm a woman, my nose is like a little bit smaller than his. So I would say, have my grandma's nose. But yeah, if I can do this, if I'm in profile, it's a pretty big nose. But I like my nose. I didn't used to. I used to think that it like stuck out really far, but now I have a great appreciation for it. Also, I have an insane sense of smell. Sometimes that's good, and sometimes it's very much not. Nicole says, Travis, 3,890. You're so good for going through. I'd get overwhelmed to just hit delete, just start fresh. Yeah, I don't blame you. And Jamie says, Travis, same here. Don't get it, but I do. Stina says, I lived in the Missouri Ozarks for many years. I actually remember 1975 in the Missouri Ozarks. The author has never visited Missouri and clearly did no research. Well, okay. I understand then, because you have a personal connection. That makes me wonder what Keaton would think, because he's originally from out there in the Ozarks. Yeah, that would be a very curious perspective. And Stina says, and he apparently doesn't understand that the earth is roughly spherical. Alicia says, Travis, I know that feeling. I want to bring my TBR number down. Robert goes, Travis, 3,890. I have 31. Travis says, Nicole, yes, this will take me weeks to do, but I'm an OCD nerd who loves lists and cleaning them up, so it gives me something to do other than look at social media and get depressed about the world. Valid. And if that's what you can do to keep from going down a doom scrolling spiral, organize your books all you want, Travis. Nicole says, Travis, you should get the library extension. There's one that works with Goodreads, and it'll show if and how it's available at your library. Oh, nice. Travis says, Robert, I read a lot of ebooks and have a trigger finger when I see something slightly interesting. Alex says, awkward potato is so good, though. Thank you. Potatoes are also one of my favorite foods, so I feel like it's appropriate. Potato, if you guys want to know something interesting about me, potato is my safest food, because even if I'm the most stressed out and I have no appetite, or I'm very, very ill, the one thing that I can always eat is a baked potato. Travis says, oh, really, Nicole? How does that work? Talking about the extension. And Jamie says, 3,890. I thought my 452 was a lot. Stina says, and I don't think you need to do much research on how that dogwoods don't blossom in September. Oh, to know that dogwoods don't blossom in September. Oh, man. And I respect that out of those, what would you say it was, Stina? 27 pages. You're remembering all the hits. I love it. Kathy says, I need to say goodnight. Thanks for the sprints. Good to see you, Kathy. Thanks for coming. And I know I won't see you next week, but hopefully I'll see you. Well, unless you come to, I shouldn't say that. If you come to the book club, I'll see you on Thursday. If not, I shall hopefully see you the week after. And Travis says, I can also tell you just have such a sweet and comforting soul personality. You feel safe, and that's what we all need. Thank you. That means a lot. I can definitely tell you that what you see is what you get. So if you like what you see, thank you. We all can't be everybody's cup of tea, but I appreciate that I'm some people's cup of tea. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Nicole says, it's a web browser extension. You just go to the website, download the extension, you choose your local library in Libby, Hoopla, etc. And on Goodreads, it'll show if it's available. That's nice. He said, just Google library extension app. Taught me something new, Nicole, too, because I didn't know that. Travis says, "Oh my God, Nicole, I'm gonna have to do that now." I'm on page 6 of 78. Each page has 100 books, so this may help a lot. Well, cool. You should report if it does end up working. And Faye says, "I have never taught, or at least I was oblivious to the lesson that looks determine value. I was taught that integrity is the most important thing to have. I've always cultivated that in myself." And I think that that is a wonderful value to have and is immensely important. So that's wonderful, Faye. Nicole says, "Travis, it's life changing." Travis says, "Nicole, thank you so much. For real." And Alicia says, "Same, I feel that, Travis." And Stina says, "My wish list is 1465. My current reading is 236. My obtained is 3323. Look at you." Nicole says, "I love potatoes too." How could you not love a good potato? Potatoes are like one of the best things in the world, which is what made reading The Martian even funnier because of course, potatoes are like one of the only food sources that he has, and he's like, if I never see a potato again in my whole life, I would be so happy when if I make it back to Earth, I I'm going to move the exact opposite side of the world as like Idaho or something, like wherever the biggest potato producer is. He was like, "I'm going to move to the exact other side. I don't want to ever see a potato again." It's great. Robert says, "Travis, social media, what wine goes good with World War III?" Oh, a good rosé. Nicole says, "Now I'm regretting not getting the barbecue stuffed baked potato. There was a barbecue stuffed baked potato. I would have totally gotten that over the nachos." I mean, nachos are still good, though. I love tortilla. And Travis says, "I love potatoes too. Fun random fact, I'm 99.9% Welsh. Cool. So I'm mega white, sadly." I was so excited to do the DNA test that it came back with 1 page. That is wild. Like that's actually very impressive because most people are not that specific. I know mine wouldn't be. Mine would probably be all over the place, but I know there's a substantial amount of German. And Travis said, "Robert, arsenic, LOL, JK, any wine is good wine." Nicole's bringing the tea. And Stina says, "Go for the Penfolds Grange." And Travis said, "There is definitely times when beauty helps because some door-to-door salesperson came to my door and he was so hot that I let him just try to sell me something today." Travis, you're so funny. And Nicole said, "Well, what the hell was he selling, Travis? Hold on, back up. What the heck was he trying to sell you in the first place?" And Nicole said, "Potato chips, fried potatoes, baked potatoes, stuffed potatoes, all good." And okay, one of my favorite forms of potato is when like you go to a state fair or like a Renaissance fair and they get one of those peelers for the potatoes that makes them into like those giant, really long, like curly cues, and then they fry them and they put them in a big pile and then they just dump like nacho cheese and goodness all over it. It's like one of my favorite potatoes in the whole world, and I almost never get it because how often do we have fairs? Not that often. Oh my gosh, want it so bad. Nicole says, "I know, I think I saw the nachos first and got stuck on that." That's fair. And Tina said, "I have a spider living on my bedroom window. It's getting a little too big now. Gonna have to catch it soon and take it outside." I also am somebody that spiders in my house are not killed if at all possible. Like I try to make sure that if they need to, they have some means of escape. Denise says, "Tina, that spider is lucky it lives at your house. I'm terrified of spiders and vacuum them up." Oh. And Stina says, "Potatoes. I think I have pierogies in the freezer." Nice. Travis says, "Haha, he was selling internet packages." Oh man. After he did his 5-minute speech, I was like, "That's so cool, but I like my internet." And I gave him a bottle of water because it was so hot outside. That is so nice of you to do that. That's very sweet. I'm sure even if he didn't make a sale, he will remember you for that. Robert says, "Tina, my suggestion for the spider, a flamethrower." The spider didn't do anything to you. It's trying to catch the bugs that make life a nuisance. And Telkana says, "Y'all are making me hungry. I am good at that. Get me on the topic of food. Every damn day, I will I'll be there. And Travis says, oh, same. We have one in our kitchen named Fred, and he's been there for multiple years now. And he's still alive, just hanging out. And Denise said, Robert, my son uses a propane torch on spiders. Oh. And Faye says, spiders are the bugs that make life a nuisance. You know what? I'm gonna stand over here in my corner with Travis, and we're gonna protect the spiders. And Alicia says, we have a catch and release program at my house for spiders, snakes, frogs, and lizards. Okay, Alicia, you walk over to the bug-loving corner, the arachnid corner. Nicole says, I'm with Robert. Dang it! We're getting outnumbered. Tina says, it has been catching the flies in my window. It's been really nice. All good. And Travis says, yeah, he's by our trash can, so he stays nice and freed. Stina says, I grew up in brown recluse country and now I live in Black Widow territory. Cannot deal. Well, I mean, like, you can pick out a Black Widow. I will say brown recluses, I don't understand how to tell them apart from like other house spiders because so many house spiders are brown. Like a Black Widow, that's easy, right? It's black and it's got the red diamond. Hello, but a brown recluse, I've never been able to tell. The one spider I do genuinely enjoy because I think they're so cute are like the itty bitty little jumping spiders where like they look like they're all muscled, you know, on the front because they got like the really strong little legs. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. Talcana says, ordered a euro, no potato, but yummo anyway. Yay, you got a euro. Woo-hoo. And Nicole says, we'll send all the spiders to you. That's fine. They can live in my yard and catch all the bugs that I don't like. Trevor says, I'm going to go talk to Fred now and remind him he's loved. You should do that, yes. And Nicole says, they seem to have no scarcity problems. No, they definitely don't. But neither do ants. And Alicia says, a brown recluse has a violin shape on their back. Oh. Like their abdomen is violin shaped, or they actually have a pattern that is violin shaped, or both. I feel like you're saying it's a pattern, but you can let me know. So there is a fiddle marking. Okay, so it's a pattern, but I won't get close enough to check. I've been lucky enough. I've never obviously been bitten by a extremely dangerous spider. It's never happened. My dad, though, because he had a pair of work boots that he used to keep out in his garage. He told me he would get spider bites on his feet all the time because spiders would crawl into his shoes. I mean, it never caused him any issues. He never had to go to the hospital. They were just itchy. But I've been lucky. That's never happened to me. Travis says, brown recluse has a brown hourglass. Okay, yeah. And Faye says, jumping spiders bite. Well, I have never been bitten by one. I guess, am I that weird person? I mean, I think snakes are cool too. I've also never been bitten by a snake. So I don't know, maybe if one bit me and I had a horribly traumatic experience, it might be different, but I do not have that trauma. Travis says, fiddle. Travis says, I love jumping spiders. We get a lot around here. And Nicole says, we used to have wolf spiders. That's a no. You could hear them stomping around. Yeah, wolf spiders are huge. So when I used to go camping when I was a kid, people would trap them in a jar if they like found them in the cabins, and they would take them in at like breakfast and show everybody that they found them. And I do remember getting freaked out about how big they were. So that's understandable. Talcana says, I know we have brown recluse here, but they don't tend to come in the house here. Wolf spiders get swept outside. I have never had a wolf spider in my house. I don't even know if we like have them where I live. Probably not. I don't know. And Travis says, do you have a Discord for your channel? I do not. I do not. But I mean, it maybe one day if I get like my energy back and I have like more stuff I could keep up with, I've considered it because Kat's encouraged me to do that before. I can't right now. And Telcana says, if you can get close enough to see the fiddle pattern, you're too close. Nicole says, getting itchy, Alex. I'm not. No, so fun fact, I do have like some sort of weird thing about ants because if I go and I like sit in the grass and I've had like an ant crawl on me, I will get itchy from the thought that I'm covered in ants. Like it's completely psychological. It's not because they're actually crawling all over me. It's just like I see one and then my brain does something and I have like an allergic reaction. And Alicia says, did you ever see the YouTube videos about Lucas the spider? Yes, I did. I love him so much. So cute. And now I call all the spiders I find Lucas before I take them outside. I'm so happy that you brought that up. I didn't know how many people have seen it. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, and you might not want to watch it, it's animated, so it's not as scary, but Lucas the Spider, this dad who is an animator, he basically let his young child, like really young son, do the voice animation for this cute little jumping spider. And his son just said the darndest things, and it was always so sweet. And I just love him. It's great. Stina says, I did not see the Black Widow sitting on the light switch in the garage. It was dark until I flipped the switch and then there was light. Also, I almost had a heart attack. Well, I wouldn't blame you there. That would be pretty scary. Tokana says, I've been bitten by brown recluse and it's amazingly painful. Ooh, still have the scar. Oh my gosh. Did you have to go to the hospital for that? Or could you just recover on your own? Stina said, red hourglass on the Black Widow. Yes. Famous. And Faye says, Nicole, I am. Travis says, my high school history teacher got bit by one and it melted a hole in his leg. Yeah, I've heard that some people have very mild reactions and some people it's like you got to go to the hospital for like necrosis. Yeah. And Robert says, Huntman spiders are the size of a Buick. Yeah, Huntman spiders, I would not. I would admire from a distance. That's like a spider I want to go see at the zoo and be like, ooh, but I would not want one near me. And Nicole says, LOL, right? And Stina says, I grew up in an old Victorian. The brown recluses loved it. I never got bit, but one time I was sitting on the floor of my bedroom and a freshly hatched batch of baby recluses swarmed me. That would also be pretty terrifying. I'm understanding where the skeeved out feeling is coming from. And Jamie says, we get lots of wolf spiders, and I try to train them to set up their lodging in parts of the house where they can munch on bugs without being a nuisance. That's cool. And Faye says, Stina, I've had so many spider hatchings in my room. Oh, no. Travis says, I have a Lucas spider plushie on my desk at work. Oh, that is adorable. I didn't know they made plushies. You got to think about how old that kid probably is now. He doesn't have like that little baby voice anymore, but it's like, oh, it's just a little time capsule that he'll have forever. I think that was a cool thing that his dad did. Has a lot of memories, I'm sure. Talcana says, I should have gone to the hospital. Mom had one of those home remedies. I would not recommend. I'm one of the lucky necrosis people. Oh my goodness. What kind of home remedy was she saying you were supposed to do for that? And Alicia says we have to watch out for the bufo frogs. What's the bufo frog? And Robert says, did anyone see Spaceman 2024 film with Adam Sandler? I did not. You won't sleep for a week. Mega spider. I mean, is it any bigger than Aragog? I mean, Aragog was like the ultimate spider for a while. And Stina says, Tokana, oh wow, that's scary. Yeah, and Tokana says, what? Lava Lantula is my favorite spider. Oh, Lava Lantula. Okay, it's my favorite spider movie. That I have never heard of that. So is it a spider in a volcano? Stina says, with the recluse bites, often the worst part is the secondary infection if you don't get proper treatment. Like with so many things. And Jamie says, I'm Team Spider. Team Spider. And Travis says, I had fun hanging with y'all. I'm about to hop off and try this library extension out. Y'all have a wonderful night. You too, Travis. Good to see you. And I don't know if you're going to come to the book club next Thursday. It's on Cat's channel, but maybe we'll see you there. And Tokana said it was like a baking soda and something don't recommend. God. Alicia says the term Florida bufo toad refers to the cane toad, also known as the giant toad or marine toad, a large non-native amphibian that is considered an invasive species in Florida. I've heard of the cane toad. I didn't realize that they were invasive. Wait, actually, maybe I have. Are they the ones that have like invaded towns and people openly kill them because they're so invasive that like people don't care? Because they just like will flood the streets like huge. It's not a swarm of frogs, but you know what I'm saying, like a plethora of toads. Alicia says these toads are poisonous to pets and wildlife, making them a potential hazard in Florida yards. I'm very lucky. Barker does not want to eat frogs. We have a friend frog in our yard and has been there the whole season. And every time I go outside and get in the flower bed, he always pops out and sits on the ground next to me and says hello. And when I came in one time, I was walking Barker, and my little friend frog hopped out and sat on the pavement, and Barker just walked up and just booped him right on the back. Didn't try to bite him or anything, and the frog just took it, just sat there, and then we left. Came out and said hello the next time. So I don't know. I have a very friendly frog. I also have a dove, a mourning dove that I always get them. They always nest at my house every single year. And I've got this one where initially when I would walk by it, it would get scared every time and it would make like the, noise of like, ah, and fly away. And it now understands that even when I'm mowing the lawn and even when I have the weed eater right underneath where its nest is, it knows that I will not hurt it. It watches me, but it knows that I won't hurt it. And that makes me happy. Faye says, guys, I'm breaking out in hives. I'm sorry, Faye. Robert says, I stand with flamethrowers. And Alicia says, good night, Travis. Pocahontas says, yes, big spiders coming out of a volcano, high latitude. Oh, yeah. Tina giving a laugh to Robert. And Jamie saying, good night, Travis. Tina saying, have a good night, Travis. And Faye says, a plague of frogs. It sounds biblical. And Tokana says, hilarious. Super funny. And Alicia says, the bufo toad, when bitten or touched, can let out a poison, and if a dog bites it, can give them seizures or worse. That's how toxic. That's terrible. Oh my goodness. Stina says, I can recognize orb weavers, so now I call my spider-loving friends to relocate them. Cool. And Nicole says, our mourning doves love to hang out in the chimney overhang so their sound echoes down into the living room. That could be good or bad depending on how much you like the sound of mourning doves. Nicole says, night, Travis. Jamie says, I think snakes are cool. I also love bats. I'm good with pretty much everything but cockroaches. No, thank you. No, damn, thank you. Yeah, cockroaches are gross. They're just, I don't have sympathy for cockroaches, I guess. Maybe a little bit because they're a living being, but I don't want them anywhere in my house. Teresa says, also, Alex and friends, I've had a busy day at hospital with my mom and working in the garden. I wanted to say hello and hit the like button. Well, thank you for stopping by, Teresa. I'm sorry that your mom is in the hospital, and I hope that she's going to be okay. But thank you for saying hello. Kat says, I'm back. The internet at the hotel went out. Oh, crap. Well, welcome back, Kat. Travis stopped by. You missed Travis. Nicole says, well, if you like it to sound like they're sitting next to you. I hear them plenty without that. Jamie says, hey, Kat. Kat says, I think my favorite feature are my eyes. I love it. Tina says, hi, Kat. Nicole says, roaches are my phobia. I can only stand, stare, and scream very quietly when in their presence. Oh, hissing cockroaches are pretty gross. I feel like the tiny ones, I mean, like they're nasty because it represents like a dirtiness in the house, right? Like it feels awful if you were to find cockroaches. Unfortunately, I've never had them in my home. I never want to have them in my home, but in my very first apartment I ever lived in, the day that I moved in, there was a cockroach that was roaming around the bedroom, and it was like, ha! Yeah, was not great. I at least appreciate that they're not huge, but Still gross. Kat says, hey, Jamie and Tina. And Alicia says hello to Kat. Jamie says, my cats like to play with the big black roaches so that they regret their life choices that landed them inside the house to die in such a dramatic manner. Alicia says, Kat, how was your scrapbooking event? Yes, how was it? Teresa says that she's just old. She will be 96 next month. Everything is failing. Oh, 96. What a great life, though. Good for her. And Nicole says flying roaches are the worst. I have never had experience with those. Nicole said good kitties. And Robert said apocalypse, the only thing left will be plastic, cockroaches, and Twinkies. Yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else that would last that long, but that might have summed it up, Robert. Kat says, Alicia, I'm still here until Sunday. Awesome. That's super fun. All right, all. Well, I loved it. That was a wonderful conversation. I'm glad that we got to chat for a while. So thank you. I will say though, with the time, I think we can do one more sprint. We'll do one 45-minute sprint. And I'll ask you guys just one of my normal 2 questions that I ask every week. Kat says, having a great time. Woohoo. And Alicia says, Kat, gotcha. Hope it's going well. Yeah, me too. Glad that you're having a good time. And so I'm going to ask you all, let's see. I feel like it's tradition that I need to ask what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I am interested in hearing the one thing that you've learned, but I do think it's important to talk about accomplishments. Tokana says, what time is the book discussion Thursday? It will be on Cat's channel at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Yes. Kat, are you ready? Oh, yeah, she put it up. Thanks, Kat. She got me. Alrighty. Well, you all have your question. I'll put us on for our last 45 minutes. I am at least going to spend part of the sprint taking a little bit of a break, and I might dive back into the book because I'm very close to hitting my goal for pages for the evening. Tokana says, thank y'all. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to having you. And, oh, there we go. All right. I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy sprinting. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did get a little bit more reading done. I was also watching some Josh Johnson. He's a wonderful comedian and also very knowledgeable about just different things that are going on in the world. He's just got great stand-up acts. But I made it to page 181. So I'm 44% into the book. That's where I am ending tonight. I pretty much hit my reading page goal. I wanted to read 50 pages and I think I read 45. So I'm like, hey, I think for having a tired brain, that's pretty good. And before we left, I asked you all the question, was something you accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And I forgot to mention that it could be something big or small. It could be something that just happened 5 minutes ago or something that happened last week since I saw you all. I would say my thing that I accomplished over this week was I was very proactive and diligent about things, and hopefully that is going to pay off for me in the future. I'm hoping that future Alex is going to be happy with past Alex. We'll see. And Nicole says, staying until the end, but you'll be on the TV and I'll be lurking. Thanks for sprints. And as always, it's great to hear from Nicole. And Faye says, we had lots of family here over the weekend and I spent a few hours out on the deck with everyone. I know that just sounds normal, but it's a huge accomplishment for me. Well, I'm proud of you, Faye. I know that that's a big deal for you. I mean, you've talked about a lot of your struggles, especially with your agoraphobia, and to be outside, like socializing with people for any extended period of time. I mean, super proud of you for that. I hope you're proud of yourself. Kat says, I'm proud. I'm scrapbooking with my friends for a few days. That's so sweet. Alex says, I finished my book, so this is my accomplishment for the week. Woohoo! It was an easy 5 out of 5. That's wonderful. My first one in over 2 years. Oh my goodness, for you. Wow. 5 out of 5 first in 2 years. That's amazing. It's called Of Monsters and Mainframes by Barbara Truelove. I love that, Alex. That's wonderful. Robert says, after 12 days, I finally transferred all the info from old to new laptop. Windows 11 is a pile, by the way. Yeah, I have Windows 11 on my work computer. It's an interesting time. Good for you for doing that, though, Robert. And Faye says, Robert, I feel that. I got partway through the transfer and lost the will to go on. I hate setting up a new laptop. It's been 8 months. Barbara says, thank you for hosting Alex, Queen of the Spider People. You should read Children of Time by Adrian Tchaikovsky. I have that digitally. I will read it at some point. I know that it's like a big, big sci-fi classic. And that would be pretty cool, maybe to be Queen of the Spider People, depending on if that's a real thing and if, nothing bad happens to them. Robert says, Faye, a Clonezilla might work for you. And Stina says, even an arachnophobe like me can appreciate Children of Time. So then finally picked up my library summer bingo board. It's started May 27th. Yay! I entered my library's like kind of raffle system. So they have a summer reading program every year where you can go and you can enter your hours. And if you read 15 hours, super easy for us to do, right? But 15 hours over the course of the summer, you get entered into like tickets for a grand prize. One year, I think it was tickets, like 4 tickets to go to Kings Island, which is pretty cool. And I'm trying to think. There's like so other general things that they typically do. So like you can enter for a chance to like win certain sets of books. You can enter to win, like they have stuff for kids too, of course, because it's, a summer reading program for kids out of school, but they would also give away these tokens where you could go and turn them in for prizes, like actually at the library. So you could enter your digital raffle for stuff online, and then they would also do like physical prizes for people. And I just think stuff like that's really cool. I think it's great. Faye says, Josh Johnson, you forgot to mention he's a total babe, but that's okay. He is a total babe. And I don't even think Keaton would be mad to hear me say that. He's got such a pretty smile. And Jamie says, I made it to page 329. Good job. And Talkana says, got some reading done while listening. Got about 2 hours left. Very nice. And Jamie says, this week I made a big dent in updating my reading journal. I was several months behind. Great job. Talkana says, I got promoted. Ah, look at you. No crazy changes, just a bump in title. I hope also a bump in pay, as it should be. Kat says, still working on my layout. Prizes are being pulled right now. Awesome. Faye says, thanks, Alex. Absolutely. Celebrate every win. And Emily says, thank you for sprints. I finished 5 Little Indians and I've started How to Train Your Dragon. Very nice. And Alicia says, I got quite a few things accomplished this week. Sold and mailed books on Pango. Great job. I deep cleaned my desk and sorted things in the library. Awesome. And Alicia says, thank you for sprints. And thank you, Alicia. And Robert says, hashtag capybara. Absolutely. Oh, thank you all so much. And with that, I think I'm going to go finish the food that I started eating earlier. I haven't decided because I kind of want the rest of my Qdoba. That's probably what I'll eat. So, and Jamie said, congrats to Tolkana. Yes. Faye says, good night. Tina says, thanks for sprints. Thank you, Tina. And Alicia says, have a good night, you too. Happy weekend, everybody. Cannot be understated. It is the weekend. And Stina says, thank you for hosting, Alex. Hope everybody has a great week. You too. Tokana says, thanks for sprints. Kat says, bye, Alex and friends. Thanks for sprints. You too. Jamie says, thanks for sprints. Thanks for coming. Denise says, only have 4.5 pages left of my book. Awesome. Well, you can finish it right now. Go, Denise. Go. And just a reminder, I'll see you all for the book club, hopefully, this coming Thursday. And I will not be having sprints on Friday because Keaton and I have a date. But I will we'll see you the following week at my sprints. So, yay. And Alex says, thanks for sprints as always. Thanks for coming, Alex. I'm glad you were able to make it. And Tokana says, y'all take some time to take care of yourselves this weekend. Yeah, I definitely think everybody should. Jamie says, so close, Denise. Yes. All right, everybody. Good night. I'll see you later. Bye.